OK? Dámy a pánové, milí hosté, jsem se už bál před 10 minutami, že nikdo nepřijde, ale je to trochu lepší. Všechny vás zde vítám. Dovolte, abych vás přivítal jménem rektora Masarykovy univerzity, pana profesora Martina Bareše, který se dnes nemůže zúčastnit, protože je na jiné důležité akci, ale zítra by měl přijít a měl by vás přivítat osobně. Masarykova univerzita si každoročně připomíná Gregora Johana Mendela v tomto formátu již podruhé. Rád bych připomněl, že jsme na půdě augustiniánského kláštera, který byl v 19. století v době, kdy žil a působil Gregor Mendel, opravdu střediskem moravské vzdělanosti. Mendel se obeznámil s přírodou a přírodovědnými obory a z jeho pokusů vznikly závěry, které jsou dnes známé jako Mendelovy zákony dědičnosti. Můžeme tedy říci, že Mendel se stal otcem zakladatelem jednoho z nejvýznamnějších oborů současnosti, tedy genetiky. Masarykova univerzita v rámci podzimních Mendelových dnů tohoto roku pozvala významné zahraniční odborníky i domácí znalce z univerzitních fakult a dalších ústavů. Jsme velice vděční, že přijali naše pozvání. Půjde o představení Mendela z pohledu jeho vztahů a vazeb. I proto zní název letošních dnů Mendel a ti druzí. A součástí druhého, tedy zítřejšího Mendelovského dne, bude soubor velmi, jak doufám, očekávaných přednášek s názvem Komplexní výzkum Mendelovy osobnosti z hlediska různých vědních oborů. Dovolte mi, abych při této příležitosti připomněl, a paní ředitelka muzea, která tady s námi dnes nemůže být, mi to kladla na srdce, že naše akce se koná mimo jiné díky příhraničního projektu Interreg s názvem Odkaz Gregora Mendela vědě, kultuře a lidstvu. Součástí letošních Mendelových dnů budou i hudební vystoupení, tentokrát osvědčeného souboru Láska opravdivá, to bude dnes, a souboru Societas Incognitorum, jakož i informace o bohatém programu připravovaném na příští rok. To si bude celá vědecká komunita, augustiniánský řád, město Brno a další instituce připomínat 200 let od Mendelova narození, 1822. Toto výročí bude pro naši univerzitu možností představit své vědecké výsledky, seznámit odbornou i laickou veřejnost s vynikajícími světovými vědci prostřednictvím mezinárodní konference a také nových expozic Mendelova muzea. Rád bych nyní přivítal jménem rektora Masarykovy univerzity všechny účastníky, zejména přednášející, ale také všechny kolegyně, kolegy, studenty, všechny vás, všechny milé hosty. Přeji vám všem, abyste se nejen něco zajímavého dozvěděli, ale abyste se zde na půdě, kde Mendel působil, cítili dobře. Přeji vám také radost z poznání. And now, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, every year at the beginning of November, Masaryk University commemorates Gregor Johann Mendel, the founding father of one of the most important fields of today, genetics. We commemorate Mendel at the place where he worked and lived, in the Augustinian monastery. During the autumn Mendel days, the university invited prominent foreign researchers and local experts from university faculties and institutes. We are very grateful that they accepted our invitation. We want to present Mendel in terms of his relationships. That is why the title of this year's days is Mendel and the Others. Tomorrow's Mendel Days will include a series of anticipated lectures entitled Comprehensive Research on Mendel's Personality from the Perspective of Different Scientific Disciplines. I would like to take this opportunity to mention that our event is taking place, among other things, thanks to the Interreg cross-border project. This project is called Legacy of Gregor Mendel to Science, Culture and Humanity. This year's Mendel Days will also include musical performances, this time by the Real Love Ensemble and the Societas Incognitorum, as well as information about the rich program being prepared for the coming year. Next year, for example, there will be an international conference with the participation of the World Nobel Prize winners. This is when the entire scientific community, the Augustinian Order, the city of Brno and other institutions will commemorate the bicentenary of Mendel's birth. This anniversary will be an opportunity for Masaryk University to present its scientific achievements, to introduce the public to outstanding world scientists through an international conference and new exhibitions at the Mendel Museum of Masaryk University. On behalf of the rector, I would now like to welcome all participants, especially the speakers, but also all colleagues, students, and other guests. I especially welcome the guests from the University of Vienna and from other countries, other institutions. I wish you all not only to learn something interesting, but also to feel comfortable here. I hope you will experience the joy of learning. And now, I now give the floor to my colleague, Professor Šárka Pospíšilová, who will be moderating this afternoon, this evening. Thank you.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's also my great pleasure to be here, and I would like to thank you that so many of you came and accepted our invitation to today's evening, to today's Mendel Days, which are this evening and also tomorrow. I am very pleased that so many guests, so many excellent speakers accepted our invitation, and that also so many representatives of Augustinians, even from Rome, also came to listen to these scientific talks. And the first speaker would be Professor Niels Christian Stenseth from the University of Oslo. And I am very pleased to say that Professor Stenseth is not here for the first time, and he visits Brno and Augustinian monastery quite frequently. And Professor Stenseth, he's famous Norwegian biologist, and he's focused on ecology and evolution. He also is professor of marine biology, which means that he has very broad interest, and his motto is that biology is just one discipline, and he continuously strived towards unifying many subdisciplines within biology. And as he tries to merge ecological and evolutionary thinking, his interests are focused on the work of Charles Darwin. I am sure that everyone knows about Charles Darwin and his work as he based the principles of evolution, and he published the most important book in 1859, which was named On the Origin of Species. And we know that Gregor Johann Mendel knew this Darwin's work, but unfortunately for two of them, but also for the whole biology, Darwin didn't know the work of Mendel. And another person which would be mentioned by Professor Stenseth would be Charles Sutherland Elton, and this person is a quite famous English zoologist and animal ecologist, and I am sure that Professor Stenseth would mention connection of Mendel, Darwin, and Elton. So please, the floor is yours, and we are looking forward very much for your talk.
Thank you very much, Prorektor, dear Prorektor, and dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of Mendel and modern biology. I'm an evolutionary biology, having spent much of my time, research time, and thinking about how ecology and evolution should be closer integrated than they often are. So I established and run a Center for Ecological and Evolutionary Synthesis, really focusing to a large extent on how ecology drives evolution, and when evolution happens, that changes ecology. Coming back to that. So, as was mentioned, I will talk about two people that are very well known to you from history, Mendel and Darwin. You have heard about them many times. All school books talks about them. But few people outside the narrow field of ecology have heard about Charles Elton. But he's the founding scientist of population ecology, empirical-based population. I'm coming back to that. So Mendel, Elton, and Darwin is really genetics, ecology, and natural selection. Mendel, he founded genetics, Darwin, the theory of evolution through natural selection, that is natural selection, and Elton, modern empirical-based population biology. Today, the time we are living in, is the century of biology. Biology is a very active scientific field, and biology influences us in many ways. The time we are living through now, we are fighting biology, the virus, but we are fighting the virus through modern biology, the vaccine. A vaccine that was produced tested and everything in 1 year. It's unbelievable, but it is true. This is the century of biology. Or I should correct myself. This might be the century of biology in its full, deep meanings. It will be the century of biology if we bring together evolution, ecology, and genetics. And if you like, if we bring together Mendel, Elton, and Darwin. This is what we very often think about as modern biology, the DNA sequence. And to some extent it is. It is a key stone in modern biology. But biology is much more than the double helix and the DNA and genetics. Modern biology is Darwin and Mendel and Elton. And modern biology really started with the origin that was written, thought, written by this guy. And Charles Darwin, he founded a theory of evolution through natural selection. So he established a process of natural selection, the process of evolution. I'd like to remind you what that process really is and what that process of natural selection requires. It requires the following, that you have entities, individuals, if you like, that are the following three properties. It can reproduce itself. It has heredity, so that your offspring resembles you more than any random person around you. And the third property is that in a population, these entities or these individuals have variation in the heritable, in the hereditary traits. There are some words I can't say. In the population, they vary. Genetic-based properties vary in the population. So there's a diversity that is genetically based in the population. Notice the word population. A key element. It was a key element in Charles Darwin thinking. Then if you have population with individuals or entities with these three properties, then if the environment changes, then the best fit individuals will be different, and they will be selected for. So if you have population with individuals having these three properties, then whenever the environment changes, evolution might happen, and in general does happen. So Darwin understood this. This was what Darwin, this is really the contribution by Darwin when it comes to the theory of natural selection. So he understood this, but he did not understand heredity. And he was fighting with this for his whole life after he published his origin, probably before also. And he had various theories, none of them, various theories for genetics or heredity. None of them would ever have worked. Mendel, he found that mechanism out in back frontier in the greenhouse. So Darwin did not understand the process of heredity. but he understood that there needs to be such a process of heredity if evolution through natural selection was to happen. So he understood that something like Mendel found needed to be there, but he didn't see how. Incidentally, Darwin had read Mendel's contribution, I understand, but he didn't understand it. And lots of other people didn't understand it either. I'm reflecting on that a little bit later. And from Mendel, been a fantastic development in our understanding of genetics, what Mendel understood out here. Fantastic development. To the Nature paper that described the double helix, got them the Nobel Prize. But whenever there is these breakthroughs in molecular biology, understanding the double helix, then evolution has a tendency to sort of disappear. So in the period after 1953, when the Nature paper was published on the double helix, evolution and natural history, understanding what goes on out in nature, sort of disappeared out of the scientific circles. And a hero in the field of evolutionary biology, he said this in a talk he gave in a talk he gave in 1958. May I turn to begin with a little-known book of nearly 100 years ago called The Origin of Species. They had forgotten about Darwin, but not Mendel. That was Ronald Fisher. Many things that can be said about Ronald Fisher. He was a character in many good and many bad respects, but he was a fantastic thinker. So this book had a tendency to be forgotten every once in a while. I have a little bit small parenthesis here about Darwin. Although Darwin didn't understand what Mendel was talking about, there are some links to the people that understood genetics and the double helix. There are some links, personal links here. So 2 weeks before Darwin died in 1982, he published his last paper in Nature, and that is a very nice journal. He described a bivalve, plum, that he had gotten from a British Midland shoemaker by the name Walter Crick. And this is the Nature article, and this is where he sort of bring this back to Walter. That's the family of Watson. Watson and Crick that published this paper. Although we didn't understand, there were some links here. But the discovery of the double helix by Watson and Crick generated a fantastic development within genetics. And there was a series of Nobel prizes that came. It was a victory. And it was technology, and they got a couple of Nobel Prizes actually, and it was a technology development that we refer to as genomic genomics technology. A colleague of mine back in Oslo, he came to me several years ago, and he said, Nils, I need this machine. This is the one in the lower corner, 454. I need this machine, because he was a geneticist, if I don't get that machine, my whole career will be ruined. I said, how much does it cost? Well, it cost 5 million Norwegian kroner. 500 euro. Well, sorry, we don't have that kind of money. Leave my office. But we got it a little bit later. So this is what Mendel has generated. Fantastic victories. This is what Mendel has generated outside here, in this house. We are. And it did this kind of all sorts of experiment. I'm sure you will hear more about this later. And he wrote this down in manuscript. Just above us here, in the library, I had a great experience. Fantastic. Having this manuscript in front of me. I could look at it. At first I didn't understand what I was looking at. Then I was told, this is the real manuscript. And this is what you find in textbooks today. Elementary textbook, explaining genetics. What he wrote. So without Darwin and Mendel, we can't really understand what's going on out there. And Mendel today is, of course, gene sequences. So I have the double helix there. I will take it through a tour now. The development of biology. First, it will be the historic development, followed by the conceptual development. The historic development starts with Darwin. Because he made biology a real science, a modern science, before it was philosophy. Nothing wrong about philosophy. But it's not natural science. He made it natural science. Then shortly after came Mendel. But as I said, no one really understood him. But Weizmann from Austria, I think, and I think so because other people think the same. John Maynard Smith is one of them. Evolutionary biologist in the UK, dead many years ago. Weizmann, he was looking in the microscope and he saw the nucleus of the cell. And I think, and other people think, that people then could identify a possible location for where the hereditary substance, whatever it was located. So I think Weizmann was essential in making people understand what Mendel had a hypothesis about and no one else understood. But then when the rediscovery of Mendel, then genetics was seen as a competing theory to natural selection. So Mendel and Darwin was seeing as opponents of each other. And that lasted for some 30 years. Here again is Ronald Fisher. From the turn of the century to 1930, Darwin and Mendel was opponents to each other. The changing thing out there was either, some people thought, due to evolution through natural selection or mutations. But 1930 is another important point in time. That's when genetics and natural selection was brought together. It's hard for us to understand that Darwin and Mendel was opponents to each other. It's hard to understand that genetics and natural selection is opposing theories to each other, but that's what happened. And since then, it has been a fantastic development within biology. Various type, fossil records. We get data from variation among population out in the region. Here's the finches. We can reconstruct history, human genome, etc., etc. I could continue forever here, but I won't. I will rather change to the conceptual development of biology. And these two figures I've been referring to comes here. Darwin and Mendel. And the microscope. And the DNA. And the sequencing machines, technologies. That is much more than technologies, theoretical developments. So this top row, going from Mendel to the development within the understanding of the genetic substance, hereditary mechanism. It's a fantastic development that, of course, is very, very, very important for us human beings and in Mendelian medical genetics. Very important. But it's not evolution. But it's fine. Ecology and population ecology is being brought in by Elton. That's the first time you see the picture. And ecology and the processes that takes place within a population. Some individuals being better fit to the environment than others. Remember what I had when the background changed. Then the selection changed also. Ecology defines the natural selection. Ecology defines the selective pressure. And then lead to evolution. And there are much medical insight, what I might call evolutionary medicine, which of course is very different from what usually is called evolutionary medicine. But really understand the evolutionary process that takes place inside your body. Antimicrobial resistance is one of those processes that has led to antimicrobial resistance thanks to evolutionary changes. But we leave that. Elton. He's a founder of empirically based population biology. His name, and he lived. I had the great pleasure of meeting him in 1990. I was chatting with him for a couple of hours at his home. We had one thing that joined us. That was lemmings and population variation in lemmings. Lemmings, in the northern part where I'm coming from, every once in a while they are very scarce. Every once in a while they're very, very abundant. It's called lemming cycles. I had a great interest in lemmings. He changed in 1920s to become very interested in lemmings. Back to that. But that was what they talked about when he was 90-year-old, very clear in his head. He was nervous when I came because I was one person that probably knew more about lemmings than he did. But there was no reason to be nervous. So he founded population biology, but also community, how species are interacting out there. He also founded a Euro Institute and a journal. He came from Liverpool, and he writes about his father and his mother, intellectual people, that he said made me have very high standard. And I was aspiring to a very high intellectual standards. He was invited by Huxley. He was at Oxford, student in Oxford. And he was invited by Julian Huxley to Spitsbergen to do field work. Because there was a group of people in Cambridge at the time that wanted to get out in nature, not only look at specimens in the museum, but out in nature. And he was brought along to one of these and here is where the lemming comes in, not at Spitsbergen, but in Norway. This was what they did in Spitsbergen. He was doing ordinary field work, hard field work. But he was returning home. He was returning home and stopping by in Tromsø. Very difficult to both see here and there at the same time. I see. Tromsø, small city, was a small city in 1921. And he was an intellectual. So they stopped over for a day, and he went out in the street and he asked for, what is a local bookstore? Remember, he was an intellectual. And they showed him to D1 bookstore. And he found this book, Norges pattedyr, Norwegian Mammals. He did not read Norwegian, but in that book, he found this page and similar pages like that. He didn't understand what it was because he didn't read Norwegian. So we asked the guy in the bookstore, what is this? What are these numbers? What are these years indicating? Well, the guy in the bookstore, he said, well, this is lemming peak years, where lemming is common. And he there and then, that's what he told me, he there and then said, there is some regularity here. That's a problem. That was and then in 1923, and in 1924, he published what really is the first empirical-based population biology paper. And I would say that this is the foundation. This is a starting point for modern population biology. And it's based on Robert Collett's Norges pattedyr, Norwegian mammals. And later on in 1942, he wrote a book himself, became a Bible for those people working on population that goes up and down in time and space. This was in 1923-24. Remember, at the turn of the century, Mendel and Darwin were seen as opponents to each other. And there was absolutely no population thinking at the time. Here comes Elton in 1923-24 and start the discipline, empirical-based population biology. Which is a burst of empirical-based population biology. Coming back to why this was important, this period, a few decades after the turn of the century. This is a keystone for making this a century of biology. Darwin had population thinking in his mind. Remember, he said that if you have individuals that differ in their heritable traits in the group of these individuals, a population. He had a population. As a matter of fact, as did Mendel. But very few other had. Then I'm in a way jumping now to 1953. Remember Ronald Fisher? He says that this modern geneticist had forgotten about this book called The Origin. In 1999, the Crawford Prize, the Nobel Prize in Biology, the Nobel Prize in Ecology and Evolution, or Evolutionary Biology, was given to these three people: Meyer, Williams, and Maynard Smith. For really, the development of the concept of evolutionary biology that really has both ecology and evolution and genetics. And of those, I would like to highlight George Williams, because George Williams brings in natural history in biology thinking, which was quite extensively anchored to the laboratories, not out in. So this I've basically said. Opposing. But population thinking came back in biology, in evolutionary biology, in the 1920s and 1930s. Remember, Elton published his first paper on population biology in 1924. And then Ronald Fisher, the one I quoted, we'll see the quote next slide, and J.B.S. Haldane, the teacher, by the way, of John Maynard Smith, a theoretical evolutionary biologist that incorporated into the mathematical models population thinking. There was many others. I turn to begin with a little-known book nearly 100 years ago called The Origin. This was bringing ecology back into evolutionary thinking, population thinking. But here comes another one. Lee van Walen. The only slide I'm going to mention him. But he, building on Darwin, by the way, said that remember, most of the environment for any given organisms are other organisms. So they have to evolve and adapt to each other in one way or another. You have seen this before. But I'm only to remind you that the population thinking was the key element that brought Mendel and Darwin together in the period between 1920 and 1930, and made it evolutionary biology. I said that modern biology starts with the publication of the origin. That is to some extent true. It is true. But you should always remember that Linné classified organisms out there. But Darwin explained how they were organized together through the theory of evolution, through natural selection. So, Mendel was a cornerstone. Together with Mendel was a cornerstone, together with Darwin, as well as the middleman in the title of my talk, Charles Elton. These three guys are the heroes, are the most important player in developing evolutionary biology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Stenseth, for your wonderful talk, which showed us the most important milestones of modern biology. And we have maybe time for one or two questions, and then we have more time for discussion. So if there are any questions, please. Raise your hand. So maybe I can ask you, you mentioned many very important scientists, but if you should choose maybe 5 of the most important discoveries in biology from Darwin and Mendel until today, so what would you select?
I think the double helix is the most important insight, in addition to understanding the selective process. And by understanding the selective process, you have to understand the ecology, interaction between the individuals out there. Understand or discovering the structure of the DNA as a double helix, I think is among the most important discoveries. Why? Because it's a double helix that really is the easiest way of copying things without too many errors. And by the way, errors are mutations in biology. John Maynard Smith, who I worked with, who was active before the double helix, when the double helix was published, and afterwards, he said, oh my God, this is the only way you can copy the genes from one generation to another without making too many errors.
Okay, thank you very much. So we can continue with discussion after the second talk. And the second talk will be given by Professor Gregory Redick. He's from the University of Leeds in UK, from the School of Philosophy, Religion and the History of Science. And Professor Redick unfortunately couldn't come in person, but his talk is pre-recorded and he will be available for discussion after this talk. And the major topic of this talk will be the relationship of Mendel and NAP. So as you probably know, the Cyril František Knap was abbot of this Augustinian abbey before Mendel. And he very strongly supported Mendel and influenced the Mendel's life and career, as he was the person who accepted young Johann Gregor Mendel to this monastery in 1843. And at the time, Mendel was quite young. He was just 21 years old. So Abbot Cyril František Knap was kind of his mentor and teacher, and he also enabled him to continue in studies in Vienna. And Cyril František Knap also was important person in the society. He was friend of Josef Dobrovský, František Palacký, or František Ladislav Rieger. And he was also very interested in science. So he was organizing the Society for Natural Science and Natural History. And he was interested in fruit farming and fruit breeding and also beekeeping. And in all these aspects, he influenced the Mendel's life. So here I would like to stop and kindly ask to continue with the pre-recorded talk of Professor Redick, and I hope we will then connect live with Professor Redick after.
Okay, dobrý den všichni. Hello, everyone. I'm Greg Redick from the University of Leeds. I'm so sorry that I can't be with you in person today. That's not the only apology I need to make, because when I was last in Brno in 2017, not only was I there in person, but I gave my talk in Czech. You can see me there on a splendid occasion at Mendel University, when they unveiled a new statue of Mendel and dedicated a refurbished hall. For me, it was an absolutely terrifying, but after I got through my speech, a wonderfully enjoyable event. And I very much hope that I can join you again in Brno in the future. Today, I'm going to be talking about Gregor Mendel and Cyril Knapp. We see Mendel, of course, there with the letter M above him in the photograph, and Knapp is there seated with the large cross holding the Bible to Mendel's right. Here's what I'm going to be talking about today. First, I'll give you a very brief overview of the life and career of Abbot Cyril Knapp. What I really want to focus in on is a tradition in the history of Mendel's studies. And that's why I've called this talk Knapp, Mendel, and the Problem of Heredity. It's a tradition which says that Mendel's famous 1866 paper solved the puzzle of heredity as framed by Knapp at a meeting of sheep breeders in Brunn, as it was known at the time, in 1837. And I'm going to be giving you an example of a recent writer who is a participant in this tradition of interpretation, right? So Knapp set the agenda, solved the puzzle of heredity, and Mendel solved it. I'm then going to turn in the latter part of the talk and give you some reasons for questioning that tradition, some reasons for thinking that maybe that's not the best way of thinking about what Knapp did for Mendel. And I'm going to conclude with some final reflections on what Knapp didn't do for Mendel, but also what he did. So that's where we're going. Let's begin with this brief overview of the life and career of Abbot Cyril Knapp. There he is near the end of his life. What can we say about him? Well, he was born in 1792 in Gewich, or as it's now known, Jevichko, right, in Western Moravia. His father was a master glove maker who converted to Catholicism from Protestant Christianity. He was educated in Olomouc at secondary school and then through to philosophical studies that he undertook at Palatsky University, Olomouc, which was at that time a Jesuit institution. In 1810, he entered the monastery of St. Thomas in Brunn, and he took the name Cyril. Until then, he was František. At that point, he began studies at the Theological Seminary in Brunn, and in 1815, he was ordained. Less than 10 years later, he was elected abbot of the monastery, and extraordinarily, he presided as abbot for over 40 years. Quite an amazing tenure. He died in Brunn in 1867, at which point, as we all know, Gregor Mendel, who had entered the monastery in 1843, took over as abbot, and Mendel served as abbot from that point until his own death in 1884. Now, many of us inherit a picture of the monastic life as a life which is deliberately sequestered, a life which is isolated from the world, right? Here we see the monk in his cell, withdrawn from the hubbub, from the business of life. That wasn't at all the Augustinian tradition as Knapp knew it and as Knapp represented it. Knapp was a worldly man, fully engaged in the life of his city, and he turned the monastery at St. Thomas in those 40 years over which he was abbot into a kind of a scientific seminar in a way that, as I'll stress later in the talk, benefited Mendel hugely. So we mustn't think at all when we think of a monk in the lines of that picture we saw. On the contrary, with Cyril Knapp, we're talking about someone very lively, very engaged in his world, and someone who made the monastery an extraordinarily lively place, especially intellectually. So there we have, again, Knapp, and we have Mendel. And I want to talk a little bit about Knapp as a civically minded man of learning. How did this manifest itself? Well, at the Theological Seminary in Brno, he becomes professor of Old Testament and Oriental languages. Most important for our purposes was that he was hugely interested in agricultural improvement, especially in the scientifically guided breeding and cultivation of domesticated fruit trees, vines, and sheep, these being economically important activities in Moravia. Just to outline a few of Knapp's achievements, and I don't have the time to go into them in detail, but in the mid-1820s, and bear in mind here, we're talking about someone who is the professor of Old Testament, right? Someone who is biblically learned. He nevertheless writes a manual on how to grow improved varieties. He's a serious participant in practical improvement in the city and its region. He establishes a new nursery at St. Thomas, which itself becomes important for research in vine breeding. And he's extraordinarily active in the many scientific societies in the city and beyond, the Pomological Association, concerned with fruit trees, the Agricultural Society, and the Sheep Breeders Association, which is connected with the Agricultural Society. So that's a bit about Knapp, his life and his career. I now want to turn to that interpretation of Knapp and Mendel that I mentioned at the start. The interpretation which says that Knapp set the agenda and Mendel fulfilled it, right? Knapp set the puzzle of how heredity works and Mendel solved the puzzle. With Knapp framing the problem at a meeting of sheep breeders in 1837. And I just want, can't resist a small digression here. It's sometimes said that Brunn at that time was the Manchester of Central Europe. But I think that's a little bit misleading because, of course, Manchester was built not on wool, but on cotton. Manchester was known at the time as Cottonopolis, right? The cotton city. I think if we want an analog for Brunn, I think we should talk about Leeds, which is my city here in the UK. Brunn was the Leeds of Central Europe because Leeds, like Brunn, was dependent on wool. It was a textile city where wool was the major fabric. And there's a picture of Leeds from a famous painting by J.M.W. Turner, the great British painter, which shows you something of its growing industrial might in the period that we're talking about. And again, I can't resist yet another digression. You might be interested to know that the first DNA image, the first photograph of DNA was taken not in California, not in Cambridge, but in Leeds with the camera that you see there. That's an X-ray camera from the 1930s from the laboratory of a man called William Astbury. At Leeds, his title was textile physicist. He was brought to the university in order to work out the molecular structure of fibers, principally wool, right? The fiber that mattered most industrially for Leeds industry. And out of those investigations come some of the foundational studies of molecular biology. So I think the Leeds-Brunn connection is one to be pursued. But to go back to 1837, the Sheep Breeders Association holds its annual conference at Brunn. And here I want to turn to a recent, rather wonderful book about Mendel by Simon Maurer called Gregor Mendel, Planting the Seeds of Genetics. And here is Maurer's really well-written version of that tradition of interpretation that I've mentioned. Here's how Maurer puts it. Knapp's interest in sheep breeding was both scientific and commercial, right? More than 50% of the convent's income was through the wool trade. But above all, it was enthusiastic. They argued around and around, these worthy men. They were farmers, breeders, mill owners, and textile magnates. There was much confused talk, but occasional clarity shone through. It was Abbot Knapp himself who declared, and his very words are reported in the minutes of one meeting in 1837. Here's the important bit. The question for discussion should not be the theory and process of breeding, but what is inherited and how. Right? So Knapp poses the question, what is inherited and how? At that sheep breeders meeting in 1837. Maurer continues, 6 years after he had set the agenda, it was Cyril Knapp himself who welcomed Gregor Mendel into the monastery. It would be Mendel who would take up the abbot's challenge. So that's the tradition of interpretation that I want us now to put under the microscope. The tradition which says that Knapp in 1837 framed the puzzle, framed the agenda, what is inherited and how, and Gregor Mendel was brought into the monastery and then educated and given all of those resources, right? Given all of that space at the monastery to do his experiments, all that time off from other duties in order to solve the puzzle that Knapp had set. I want us now to begin to question that tradition. It's immensely attractive, but alas, it's problematic, or so I want to persuade you. Let's begin by looking at the title of Mendel's paper, Versuche über Pflanzenhybriden. It doesn't say experiments on plant heredity. In fact, the German word for inheritance, for heredity, barely comes up anywhere in the paper. It comes up once in passing. It's not an important moment in the paper at all. Certainly not, as we can see, something that Mendel thought important enough to put in the title of his paper. Instead, he puts hybrids. What's going on here? What's this paper actually about? As you read the paper, or rather, as you read the paper when you're really trying not to import present-day understandings of Mendelian genetics, when we really try to read Mendel's paper in the context of his own times, what we find is that Mendel is operating with a really interesting distinction, which is kind of unfamiliar to us now. And it's a distinction between two kinds of hybrids. There are what he calls constant hybrids and what he calls variable hybrids. Let's talk about the constant hybrids first. What does that mean? Well, for Mendel, a constant hybrid is something that arises when you cross one plant, right, plant A, with another plant, plant B. You cross those plants, and the offspring plant has this interesting new character, maybe a character that you find very attractive as a breeder, right? Something you want to be able to commercialize. What happens when that plant then goes on itself to have offspring, perhaps self-fertilizes? Well, with a constant hybrid, the new hybrid character persists. It stays constant, generation after generation, right? So with a constant hybrid, you bring together A and B, you get C, and then C stays into the future. That's one class of hybrid plants, according to Mendel, right? That's the constant hybrid. A and B come together, make C, and C sticks. C persists. Then, Mendel says, there is this other class of hybrid, the variable hybrids, the non-constant hybrids. What are they like? Well, in this case, you bring together plant with character A and plant with character B. The offspring here has character C, but then on self-fertilization, further crossing, the old parental characters come back. That's what Mendel means by a variable hybrid. The new hybrid character doesn't persist. It doesn't stick. It breaks up. And that's what Mendel's paper is about. Mendel says, my paper is not going to be about the constant hybrids. And those of you who will know Mendel's hawkweed paper, the paper on hawkweeds, that paper was an attempt to address constant hybrids. That's what he did next. But this paper, the paper about peas and a little bit about beans, is concerned with variable hybrids. That's why the peas are interesting, right? When you take, Mendel says, a yellow-seeded pea and a green-seeded pea variety, and you cross them, all of the offspring are yellow. But when those peas are permitted to self-fertilize, the green-seeded character comes back, rather curiously in the ratio of 3:1. That's a variable hybrid, right? The yellow character didn't just persist. Instead, one of the parental characters, which had disappeared in the hybrid generation, comes back again. And of course, as we know, Mendel not only documents this, but he explains it brilliantly, right? He says, let's suppose that in the yellow-seeded pea plants, there is yellow-making stuff. Call it big A. And in the green-seeded pea plants, there is green-making stuff. Call that little a. When the yellow-seeded pea plants are crossed with the green-seeded pea plants, yellow-making stuff and green-making stuff come together in a single organism. But because yellow is dominant to green, all of the plants have yellow seeds. And that's all that dominance means for Mendel. Dominance means when the two kinds of stuff are in union in a hybrid offspring, only the one character is visible. But now suppose, Mendel says, that when those hybrids form gametes, form pollen cells, form egg cells, those gametes don't get the union, yellow-making stuff, green-making stuff, but either yellow-making stuff or green-making stuff. And suppose, furthermore, that it's just a matter of chance, which gamete meets with which gamete. And this is a famous analysis, we all know it. Mendel shows that if by chance any gamete can meet with any gamete, we get his 3:1 ratio. Big A meets with big A, we get a yellow-seeded pea plant. Big A meets with little a, we get a yellow-seeded pea plant because yellow is dominant. Little a meets with big A, again, a yellow-seeded pea plant. Only when little a meets with little a, when green-making stuff meets with green-making stuff, when the recessive character meets with the recessive character, do we get the recessive character in the offspring, the green. A beautiful explanation. So the paper is a paper which addresses itself to the question of variable hybrids, whether there is a pattern to the distribution of characters in the offspring, and if there is a pattern, can Mendel explain it? And brilliantly, he does all of that. So that's what this paper, as I see it, and here I'm not being original, I'm following really the mainstream of historians of science. That's what this paper is about. It's about just what it says it's about in the title, not heredity, but hybrids. And if we ask, why is that Mendel's question? Why is the question of variable hybrids on his mind? I think we can look to a number of factors. Most immediately, and here he is very much part of Cyril Knapp's world, Mendel was very interested in practical questions of breeding, not least flower breeding. And if I turn to this beautiful edition of Mendel's paper, published by the Mendel Museum, and we turn to the very first page, what's Mendel's first sentence? Mendel says, artificial fertilizations that were carried out on ornamental plants with the aim of producing new color variants provided the motivation for the experiments that shall be reviewed here. Right? And the picture reminds us that Mendel was known in his own day for his own work as a practical breeder of fuchsia, the flower. So ornamental flowers and the prospect of getting attractive new colors by crossing existing flowers was something that was commercially valuable, something that Mendel took a lively interest in. So there was a practical question in view, but there were also intellectual issues that were lively for Mendel because he had been a student at the University of Vienna of the man you see here, Franz Unger, a man who had sought, as he called it, a physics of the plant organism. And one can see Unger as someone at the intersection of a number of really lively Central European traditions in the study of life at that moment. One of them, a tradition associated with Alexander von Humboldt, a search for the quantitative laws of life. Another with the Goethean tradition of comparative morphology, where one is searching for the underlying form, the form which underlies, the simple form underlying all of the diversity. And then the cell theory, right? The theory which says that all life comes from cells and cells themselves come from cells. Unger, at the intersection of these three traditions, was searching for the mathematical laws of life as climate gave on to climate over the history of the earth. I think a good reading of Mendel is one which sees him as bringing this intellectual heritage from Unger's classroom to the practical questions that mattered for him and others in his world about, for example, ornamental flowers and how to get new colors that will persist over time. And I want to just try a little bit more to dramatize the contrast between an interest just in hybrids and an interest in larger questions about inheritance or heredity. And I'm going to do that by turning briefly from Mendel to someone that Mendel read, Charles Darwin, and talk a little bit about the way that inheritance is treated in Darwin's famous book, The Variations of Animals and Plants Under Domestication, published in 1867. What do we find in that book? We find that Darwin himself undertook crossing experiments in which resembled what Mendel did very closely. He did them with snapdragons. So we here see two different forms of snapdragon. Crossing, one form is the one that predominates. And then in the next generation, the old form comes back in the ratio of 3:1. Darwin reports that. He doesn't think it's a big deal because for him, inheritance is much larger than that. This is just something that happens some of the time. Incidentally, I should have said Darwin's book was published in 1868, not 1867. Pushing on. If we ask, how does Darwin handle the question of what is inherited and how, beyond the matter of hybrid forms and the way that old forms come back over time, we find, for example, that for Darwin, one of the sub-questions that one addresses is to do with what we call Lamarckian inheritance, the idea that the blacksmith passes on a stronger arm to his offspring because the blacksmith has spent a lifetime at the forge, hammering away. So what is inherited? A more improved character. How is it inherited? By some form of inheritance which permits activity in the course of the lifetime of the parent, not just to change an organ or a limb, but for that change itself to be passed on. Mendel has no interest whatsoever in that kind of a phenomenon. It's not addressed at all, but it was part of what one was expected to address if you're thinking about inheritance in the middle of the 19th century. Here's another example. Darwin was fascinated by what he called Yarrell's law. And what Yarrell's law said was that when two breeds of dog, for example, were crossed, the breed which was older, the breed which was more established, would have its characters represented much more extensively than would the breed which was younger and less established. So you wouldn't just expect equality, you would expect an unequal representation, based, however, on the history of the breeds and on which one was older and which one was younger. Again, a kind of a question which was lively for 19th century students of heredity, but which was just not on the minds of Mendel in the research he did in his paper and in the writing of it. So I hope I've said enough to convince you that when we're confronting Mendel's beautiful paper on the experiments that he did at the monastery in the 1850s and the 1860s, we're not confronting a paper which aims to solve the puzzle of heredity. It aims to solve a much smaller puzzle, and it solves it beautifully in Mendel's terms, the puzzle of variable hybrids. That was not the agenda that Knapp set in 1837. So let me turn in conclusion to what Knapp did and didn't do for Mendel. I've given you a brief overview of his life and career. We've concentrated on the tradition which says Knapp set the agenda, right, solve the puzzle of heredity, and Mendel fulfilled the goal. Mendel solved that puzzle. I then gave you some reasons for thinking that's not how to think about the relationship between Knapp and Mendel. So how should we think about the relationship between them? What did Knapp do for Mendel? I want to return, if you don't mind, to what I said a few years ago at the talk that I gave at the unveiling of the Mendel statue. It was a little talk on Mendel's significance. And what I tried to do there was to suggest that Mendel's paper, as an example of great science, reminds us that all great science comes from creative dialogues of three kinds: a dialogue with the past, a dialogue with the present, and a dialogue with the future. And in writing about Mendel's dialogue with the present, in writing about his own time and how he fitted, here's what I said. And here again, I'm quoting from the beautiful edition, which I recommend to all of you from the museum of Mendel's paper. My remarks are published at the back. And what I said there is that I wanted to mention the existence of a community of people who are prepared to join in creative, critical dialogue with each other. Brunn in Mendel's day was a kind of permanent scientific seminar, with St. Thomas's Monastery as one of its hubs, and the wider science of Europe flowing through via journals, books, and visitors. When Mendel returned from his studies in Vienna, he found himself surrounded by scientifically inclined people keen to discuss the latest advances in natural science and its practical applications. It was a very encouraging environment. Although a persistent legend portrays Mendel's audience at his 1865 lectures as bored or confused, the evidence suggests otherwise. They were serious people, and they recognized and appreciated his achievement. His paper itself, moreover, shows that Mendel had kept up to date with the latest progress in biology beyond Brunn, notably in cell theory and Darwinian evolutionary theory. He never saw himself as isolated, and no one in isolation would ever have produced that amazing paper. So I think when we ask ourselves, what did Knapp do for Mendel? It was Knapp who created that extraordinarily fertile, extraordinarily stimulating intellectual environment where Mendel could be plugged in to the best of the sciences of his day and stick with it through an extraordinarily demanding research program. When you read Mendel's paper, you realize you're in the company not only of someone who's very brilliant, but someone who persisted through quite difficult sets of experiments. It takes the right kind of ambiance, the right kind of environment for that kind of activity to be undertaken and then appreciated. And to a large extent, I think Knapp should be credited with having created that. So credit where credit is due, all credit to Abbot Knapp. And thank you all for listening. And I look forward to your discussion on the day. Thank you very much. Děkuji moc krát.
I think it was also a wonderful talk, and I am pleased that Mendel and hopefully all of us have friend in Leeds, as Leeds is probably a similar city as Brno, as was discussed at the beginning of the talk. And I hope that the technical support will be able to connect Professor Radek, and you will be able to ask him questions directly. Maybe in the meantime, we still hopefully have the possibility to follow discussion with Professor Stenseth. So if there are any questions, please raise your hand.
Hello, everyone. Dobrý večer.
Hello. You don't see me, but hopefully you can hear me. So I would like to thank you very much for your great talk. And we are now here sitting in the Mendel's, in the monastery, Augustinian monastery, and maybe there will be some questions related to your talk. So if there are not yet, I would ask you as the first one. So you very nicely described the influence of NAP to Mendel. So do you think would Mendel discover the genetic laws without the influence of Cyril Knapp, or he just started to think about the genetics when the Cyril Knapp posed these key questions: what is inherited and how? So was it really key event in the Mendel's life?
Oh, well, let me first of all begin by thanking you for giving me a chance to participate in the Mendel Day in this way. It's really a thrill for me. A few years ago, I spoke in the refectory itself, and I hope I'll have a chance again. But for now, this is pretty good. And to get on to your question, in my view, which is maybe a little different from the standard historical story that one tends to read, the question that Knapp posed at that meeting in 1837, what is inherited and how, it had no direct impact at all on Mendel or what Mendel became. In my view, the isolation of that question from the transcript of the sheep breeders' meeting in 1837 is a result of exactly what I was trying to warn us against, which is importing present-day understandings of Mendelian genetics into the past. I don't think that Mendel set about his experiments with peas in order to understand what you call the genetic laws. I tried to suggest in my paper that the question of how heredity works was not Mendel's question in the course of those experiments. And I appreciate that that's a somewhat surprising point of view to take about Mendel. As I said in the talk, it isn't original to me. It's more or less the consensus view among historians of science. So I would say that Knapp should be credited with creating the scientifically stimulating environment in which Mendel could pursue the questions that interested him. They were questions that intersected with Knapp's interest in practical improvement. But they were formed, I think, through Mendel's studies at the University of Vienna and the interests that he took over from Unger. And that led him to want to know how, with variable hybrids, a pattern might be found and how to explain that pattern. So I do think Knapp should get a lot of credit, but it should be credit for the environment that he creates, not for setting Mendel the question.
Thank you very much. And there are two questions from the audience, so the first and the second.
You partly answered. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. You partly answered my question already now during your, but I understand that you're saying it's not heredity that Mendel was after or meant to solve, but the influence of Knapp on Mendel, I think, was not just by creating an environment, but by actually having him trained in certain techniques, which at the beginning, you know, were ideas of zoology, but Mendel failed in zoology and then returned to Vienna and actually studied at the physics department. So Unger certainly was of major importance, but for the problems that Mendel then was able to solve, I think Doppler was more influential in providing like the mathematical background to dealing with the numbers Mendel had received from his experiments.
Thank you very much for the question. If I can maybe move in reverse order. I've come to think that the idea that Mendel is a kind of physicist who takes a physicist's attitude to biology, and that's why he's able to achieve what he's able to achieve. And also, we often read why no one understood him at the time. His paper was too quantitative for mere biologists. I think that on the whole, that's pretty unconvincing because what it forgets is that Central European biology, as Mendel studied it at Vienna, thanks, as you say, to Knapp. Again, to give credit where credit is due, Knapp facilitates Mendel's scientific education, absolutely. But what Mendel encounters at Vienna, when through Unger and others, he comes into contact with the state of the art in the life sciences, is that they are already quantitative, right? The search for the mathematical laws of life was part of the Humboldtian tradition that I mentioned, part of the Goethean tradition. So Mendel didn't invent that. It wasn't necessary for someone to have contact with physics in order to turn biology into a quantitative science. Biology was already quantitative as he found it. I don't mean, again, to in any way minimize the creativity of what Mendel did, but I do think that there's been an exaggerated influence from the physics classroom. And I also don't mean to preempt the talk that's coming later today about Doppler. No doubt Mendel learned a lot from Doppler. But again, I just want to put in the plea that we recognize too that Mendel wasn't the first to bring a quantitative experimental attitude to biology. The biology that he learned about at Vienna and continued to study thereafter was already quantitative and experimental. And to then go back to the first part of your question, certainly Knapp, with his huge interest in science and the application of science for practical improvement, and the role of the Augustinian monastery in providing scientific education, deserves credit, again, for creating the world that meant that Gregor Mendel could become a monk and yet also get a first-rate scientific training. But I do think that we should beware, supposing that, as it were, Knapp chose the courses that Mendel would take so that Mendel would go on to do the experiments that would unlock the puzzle of heredity. I don't think that's a good way to look at it. But again, I appreciate the question.
Thank you very much for your answer. And there are this question and then.
Thanks a lot, Professor Reddick. Thanks a lot for a great lecture. My name is David from Masarykovy University. Actually, I've been wondering, you described very nicely the whole environment in the mid of 19th century here in Brno, which was basically set up by the Abbot Knapp. I was wondering, since you said that the Abbot Knapp was basically inspired throughout his discussions within, for example, the Sheep Breeders Association here in Brno, after all, when Mendel's work were basically at least put on the paper, are there any records that basically the outcomes were used within the, for example, Sheep Breeders Associations as a result of his work, you know, for, let's say, increase the production of wool? I know I'm exaggerating, of course, in the general terms in this regard, but nevertheless, I've been wondering, since the origin of the question took place on these meetings, are there any records about, you know, that these meetings basically used, so to speak, in general, the results of the Mendel's work afterwards?
What a fascinating question. Thank you so much for raising it. I hadn't thought of that myself. I know that Vítězslav Orel, who was formerly, you know, the great student in Brno of Mendel and did so much to preserve and to publicize Mendel's heritage. He was really the one who brought this connection with the Sheep Breeders Association and this in particular, this 1837 meeting. It was really Orel who first researched all of that, and along with an English colleague, Roger Wood, based at the University of Manchester, they developed this tradition that I spoke about. They published on it in a few articles, but also at book length. So my guess is that if anyone's looked at it, it will have been Orel and Wood. And so your question prompts me now to want to look again at their book to see whether they follow the thread, to see whether anything improved in the breeding of sheep in Moravia or elsewhere. So I've never looked into that, and it's a beautiful question, and it's one that I'll try to look into afterwards. Many thanks.
Thank you again. And I saw one more question, probably the last question before the break.
Thank you, Greg. I'm Lynn Cho, based in Vienna. And so my question is,
hello, Lynn.
You described the Abbey as a very vibrant, supportive, scientifically minded place at the time. And so I was wondering about the research projects that were pursued by the others around Mendel, and whether you can categorize the problem agendas that they've been doing, and were they more or less related to the questions that Mendel was asking, or were they addressing Knapp's setup, or anything else?
Thank you, Lynn. Again, a great question, and I should know more than I do. I'm just now trying to recall from my readings of Orel the other projects that he described. Certainly, there were others, including others in that group photograph that I showed, who were interested in practical breeding. And there were a number of brothers at the monastery who assisted Mendel in various ways or pursued their own projects. I don't get the sense that any of them were as scientifically ambitious as Mendel's projects. but nevertheless, he wasn't alone, and it was mentioned that Knapp himself was interested in the beekeeping. What I do recall from Orell's treatment of the community was that some of the other brothers were quite philosophically lively, so very interested in larger questions of in the philosophical discussion of the day. And the story that I remember is that at one point, the Catholic Church investigated the monastery because they just seemed a little too engaged in these worldly discussions of philosophy and natural science, and a little unengaged with questions of saving souls. So they actually got into a little bit of trouble under Knapp's regime, because that's how far the monastery got in acquiring this kind of a secular identity as a place where ideas lived. So that's a little bit of a description. So I do think that Mendel stood out in his ambition, and yet that he found himself in a community of others who love to talk about science, love to talk about ideas above all.
Thank you. So I don't see other questions. So I would like to thank you very, very much for your great talk and the discussion. And hopefully you will stay with us online after the break and also tomorrow. So thank you. And hopefully we will meet you in person in some time in the future.
I hope so too. Děkuji moc krát.
And now it's time for a break. So we have about 20 minutes, and you can come for a little refreshment when you go out and to the left. And then we will meet in 7:15. And stay with us because two very interesting talk will come after the break, and also some music. So enjoy the break, and let's meet in 20 minutes. I hope we can start again. So welcome here back after the break, and also welcome to those who are following us using stream. We will continue with another distinguished speaker. Dr. Barbara Fischer came from the University of Vienna, and she's working in the Department of Evolutionary Biology. So she's a biologist and data scientist with a background in mathematics and theoretical biology. Her research is focused on the evolution of birds in humans, and she also likes teaching and communicating science. So this is the right place for her talk, I think. And Barbara will discuss the relationship of Franz Unger and Christian Doppler, key persons and teachers who influenced Mendel's life and work. Franz Unger was his professor of botany, and Christian Doppler, famous name, was a very important physicist, and he learned Mendel physics, mathematics, and also combinatorics, and this knowledge really helped him then to formulate the laws of genetics. So please, Barbara, the floor is yours. Thank you.
I actually choose to stand down here if this works for the audience, because I need to see my own slides. Otherwise, I will get stuck inevitably. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to be here today and to be able to talk about Mendel and the Vienna influences on him and his scientific development. And I will focus on Doppler and Unger. We've already seen the gentleman on the right here earlier today in Greg Reddick's talk. That's Franz Unger. In the middle, you see Christian Doppler, and then there's, of course, Gregor Mendel. So Mendel was actually trying to become certified as a teacher, and he did that tried to do that at the University of Vienna. So he took an exam, and unfortunately, he failed that first attempt. But then, as a consequence, he was sent to the University of Vienna by Knapp, who we've already heard a lot about earlier today. And he studied at the University of Vienna for 2 years, for 4 semesters. And this is a period that became very influential for him as a scientist, is what I want to concentrate on in my talk. But before I actually talk about what Mendel got exposed to, which kind of ideas these were he got exposed to at the University of Vienna, I want to take you back to Vienna in the 19th century. I want to talk a little bit about the city and what it was like in the 19th century. Here you see an image depicting the flooding of the Viennese suburbs, Leopoldstadt and Rossau. So here on the left, you see the inner city. You still see the city fortifications in place here. Those were demolished later by the Emperor Franz Joseph, but here they are still in place, and they were in place when Mendel lived and studied in Vienna. And here on the right, you see the Danube that is flooding the suburbs, and the population basically fighting against those damages. Those floodings were relatively regular events. This one here happened in March 1850, so the same year when Mendel actually got to Vienna. He got there in autumn to start his studies, and these floodings were pretty important events for the population, because the freshwater supply was dependent on wells back in the day. So the Viennese people got their drinking water from wells, and floodings meant that the water got dirty. and there were regular epidemics of typhoid and cholera as a consequence of these floodings. So epidemics were something not just we are facing these days, but they were something that were events that were very hard on the Viennese population. The cholera epidemics, for example, altogether cost about 18,000 lives in Vienna, until finally there was a canal system established that eradicated these events. The wells, those were basically, they supplied the fresh water for the population for a long time until a water pipe system was put in place also towards the end of the 19th century under the Emperor Franz Joseph, and that in combination with the resilient canals got rid of those epidemics of cholera and typhoid. But those were not the only diseases that the population had to deal with. There was, of course, also tuberculosis, for example, a disease, as we will later hear, killed Christian Doppler, the physicist, at the age of only 50 years. So to get a better impression of the city, this is a nice image here, but I always, I'm a little bit sorry when one cannot show photographs. So I actually decided to show some photographs nevertheless of the late 19th century, so that you get a better impression of the city life, what Vienna was actually like as a city when Mendel moved there. So this is the Franz Josef's Quay in Vienna. The situation that is depicted here is actually almost the same as on this previous picture. We're seeing the same hills in the background, we're seeing the inner city on the left, but now the city fortifications are gone. This happened in the 1860s, that the Vienna Ringstraße was built and that the fortifications were removed. But again, over here on the right, you see the suburbs of Leopoldstadt, and those very interesting means of public transport here are horse trams. Those were the first means of public transport in Vienna. This is the Naschmarkt, a central market in Vienna. You see market scenes here, again the horse trams, and at the very back here there is the Stephansdom, the Dome of Saint Stephen. This is the Prater in Vienna. You see a lady walking with an umbrella, the horse carriages on the road, and then there's the giant Ferris wheel, the famous site in Vienna. This is a scene from Am Hof, also in the center of the city in Vienna, and those buildings, they look basically the same. If you go to the square Am Hof today, you see here on the left side is the central fire station in Vienna that is now housed in these buildings here on the left. So you get an impression of what the city looked like when Mendel moved there, when Mendel got there as a student in the 19th century, in 1950. Vienna was a city of enormous population growth back then. So in 1800, Vienna had only 230,000 inhabitants, but then 100 years later, in 1910, it had around 2 million inhabitants. That's the size that Vienna has now. So there was an enormous population growth. Largely this was because of migration to the city. Towards the end of the 19th century, also as a consequence of high birth rates. Birth rates were high throughout the 19th century, but they were accompanied by very high neonatal and child mortality. So this didn't really cause a growth of the overall population. In fact, the situation for children was very, very difficult for, well, at least half of them, the ones of the working class and of the poorer population. There were very many unwed mothers, and Vienna had an institution that was this, called the Findlingsheim, or Foundlings House, in the 19th century, where children of mothers who couldn't take care of the babies could be taken to be cared for, but well, without breastfeeding, without the care of the mothers, many of them died. And it's shocking how high these numbers actually were. So about a third of all children born in Vienna in 1850, the year when Mendel got to Vienna, were handed over to the Findlingsheim, a third of all children born, and of these 80% died. So imagine those incredible numbers. It was a very hard life for a large part of the population. So Vienna of the 19th century was a city of very, very large contrasts. On one hand, there was the aristocracy and the upper middle class who had a life in prosperity, but for a large part of the population, life was an everyday struggle for survival, basically. But at the same time, Vienna was a city of art and music already in the 19th century, and to illustrate that, here's a famous painting of Franz Schubert by the piano, an evening with Schubert in a house of a Viennese citizen where famous Schubert was playing his music. So this the culture flourished nevertheless, despite the fact that the circumstances for the large majority of the population was very difficult. And then Mendel came to Vienna as a student, and here I'm showing you the list of courses for his third semester. So this is actually the sheet of his inscription sheet for the third semester. So it lists all of the courses that he took. And up here there is some biographical information. So he's giving his name, Gregor Mendel, also his place of birth and the name of his father and so on. But down here is listing the courses, and he's listing the Semesterwochenstunden, so the number of hours per week of these respective courses, and he's listing the teachers he took those courses with. And here are my translations. So he took, as we all know, he took a course with Dr. Doppler in experimental physics. The course was actually called Demonstration in Experimental Physics, and this is what it was. It was very practical. The students were exposed to experiments, and then they were to conduct experiments and research projects themselves. He then took a zoology class with Dr. Knea. That's quite remarkable, because Knea was actually the zoologist who failed him harshly when he tried to get his teacher certification. He had some very harsh comments for Mendel, and nevertheless, Mendel went back to study zoology. Then he studied chemistry with Rettenbacher. He studied maths, application of logarithmic and trigonometric tables with Moth. And then he studied botany with Unger. He studied anatomy and physiology of plants, and also he had a practical course in how to use the microscope with Unger. So those were only the courses he took in his third semester, which was very cramped, as you can see. Apparently there was even an overlap, I think, between zoology and physics. That's not documented what he chose to avoid this overlap. He might have gone for physics because of the previous experiences with Knea, but we will probably never know. And here I'm showing you an old city map of Vienna from the time when Mendel studied there. And I've indicated the different places where Mendel actually took his courses, took his lectures with those colorful dots, and I will actually walk you through them one by one. But first I want to point out, here you see this area around the inner city, which was actually not covered, there were no buildings there yet. This was a green area called the Glacis, and it was a recreational area, but also used for agriculture in the 19th century, until the Ringstrasse was built here, encircling the inner city. Also the city fortifications are still in place here. This is actually a beautiful map, accessible online by Mörschner from the Woldern collection from the Austrian Academy of Science. So let's zoom in a little bit. These are the places where Mendel studied and lived, and first and foremost, he lived here where there is this pink dot. He lived in the 3rd district of Landstrasse, namely in the convent of the Sisters of Elizabeth in the Elisabethinenkloster in the 3rd district. He hadn't acquired this accommodation yet when he left for Vienna, so apparently he just went there and then knocked at the door and was successful in being taken in. So he found himself accommodation there, and already back then, that's actually quite remarkable, the Elisabethinenkloster was housed a hospital for women in Vienna. And if you walk down Landstraße, Hauptstraße, it looks pretty much the same now. Maybe slightly different, the street looks different, but the building remains in its location where it used to be. And so this is where Mendel lived here, where there's this pink dot. And then, of course, as we've already heard, he studied physics with Doppler. And the new Institute of Physics was actually founded here, where there's this red dot, just around the corner, just a few minutes walk from his residency in Erdberger Straße. Oh, sorry. Yeah, and so for the Institute of Physics, I do not have an image because that doesn't exist anymore. The Institute of Physics later moved to Strudelhofgasse, to the inner city, and the building was actually a building that was rented by the university to house this first Institute of Physics in Vienna, and the building has been removed, something else has been built in this very location. But this was the first Institute of Physics of the university, first Institute of Experimental Physics of the University of Vienna, and Doppler was its new director. Doppler was actually appointed director there, and the same year that he was appointed, Mendel started to study there as a student. Interestingly, as an extraordinary student, but still he was right there with the beginning of physics at the University of Vienna. He also studied geology. That was actually located in this yellow dot here. This is where the Royal Imperial Institute of Geology was located, the K&K Geologisches Institut, and this was located in this beautiful palais, in the Palais Razumovsky, which is now privately owned, but it's also still, if you take a walking tour around Vienna, you can actually look at this building. What's still missing now? Yeah, down here, these are the botanical gardens in Vienna, and this was the Botanical Museum, where Mendel did his microscopy courses with Unger, and this is what it looked like, the Botanical Museum. And here's another picture of the botanical garden with its greenhouses from these times. Now there's one more dot, which is down here. This is actually the Theresianum in the 4th district of Vienna, where Mendel studied chemistry with Rettenbach and also maths. Now, oh, and I forgot one, the light blue one here in the center. This is the old university building, which is now the Academy of Sciences in the 1st district. It looked like that, and it actually played a big role in the revolutions of 1848. So this was just 2 years before Mendel got to Vienna. The city of Vienna experienced uprisals, experienced this movement of revolutions that many European countries actually experienced. Is where the students basically and citizens demanding democratic rights. They demanded a constitution, and they demanded an end of censorship, and also educational reforms. And as it turns out, the revolutions were largely beat down by the Habsburg Empire and remained without major consequences. But there were some things that actually were realized following these revolutions, and one of them, which actually ended up to be very substantial for Mendel, was the educational reform that took place. There was a university reform put in place by a very liberally minded minister of education. His name was Thun Hohenstein, and he wanted to reform the universities. He was very determined, and he really did that. He ended the censorship at the universities, the censorship for professors' writings, also for their teaching. He ended restrictions for the content of textbooks, content of lectures, and scientific seminars were introduced in scientific institutes so that the students actually became part of the research community. So the university reform wanted to involve the students in research rather than just having them sit in lectures and listen. There is this famous quotation, die Forschung und ihre Lehre sind frei, so the research and teaching are free. This was what the students demanded, and this was actually what was actually realized in this university reform. And as part of this university reform, Thun Hohenstein himself hired a number of high-profile professors. He actually did this in person, and the emperor had to sign off on each single one of them. So it was actually the emperor Franz Josef who hired Doppler in the end. And among those professors who he chose were both Franz Unger and also Christian Doppler, who I will talk about in a few minutes. So here are some of Mendel's professors in Vienna. These are the members of the Division of Mathematics and Natural Sciences of the Naturwissenschaftliche und Mathematische Klasse of the Austrian Academy of Sciences from 1853. You basically see all of the people all of the names who appeared on the list of courses he took. Doppler is missing here because Doppler was very sick already and died in 1853. He had to resign from his position, and he handed over his directorate to Andreas Ritter von Ettingshausen, who is sitting over here. So let's have a look at them closely. Here is Franz Unger, who's appeared more than once already today, the botanist who was an influential teacher of Mendel. Here we have Eduard Fenzel, who was the director of the Botanical Museum. Here's Josef Rettenbacher, the chemist. This is Karl Ludwig von Littrow, who was an astronomer. This is Anton Schröter von Christelli, who is a physicist, and this is Andreas von Ettingshausen, who was also a physicist and who followed Doppler as a head of the Institute of Physics after Doppler stepped down from his position. Ettingshausen was a mathematician and physicist, and he wrote a book about combinatorics, which and Mendel took a course in higher mathematics with Ettingshausen, so he probably was exposed to these ideas, and combinatorics, of course, and statistical analysis played an essential role in his famous paper. So I think, despite the fact that Unger and Doppler will be featured further in what comes next, I want to point out that some other people like Ettingshausen probably also had an influence on Mendel in his developing his own scientific ideas, approaching his own scientific questions. So this is Christian Doppler. I found one photograph. There's, of course, lots of paintings and etchings and drawings of him, but I found one photograph. Doppler was made the head of this new Institute of Physics that was founded in 1850, initiated by the minister Thun Hohenstein, and he was appointed as his director and also full professor at the University of Vienna. But then only 2 years later, he already had to hand over his directorship to Andreas von Ettingshausen, and his physics institute was located in the suburbs in Erdberg. That's quite interesting for me because I am part of the Department of Evolutionary Biology, and we actually just moved into a new building which is located in Erdberg, so this is where everything, where the circle closes itself. Doppler was a physicist and a mathematician. He was born in Salzburg, and he studied physics and mathematics at the Polytechnical Institute of Vienna. This is what's now called the Technische Universität Wien, so the Technical University. He also studied philosophy in Salzburg, and then he already considered emigrating to America because he found no suitable position anywhere. But then finally he was offered a teaching post in a secondary school in Prague, which he took on. And subsequently he became professor at Charles University in Prague. And this is also when he published his famous work on the Doppler effect, which he is so particularly well known for. Then a few years later, he took up a professorship in Chemnitz, that's in Slovakia, but only a year later he had to move back to Vienna because of the revolutions. And in Vienna, he finally then was appointed professor at the university, and then put all of his energy that he had basically into building up this new institute at the University of Vienna. And he didn't have much energy left because he already had this lung disease which he was suffering from. But he built up this course in experimental physics, and this course was quite a very new way to teach because it involved the students. The experiments were in part instructive, so the students were instructed in certain experiments, but then a large part of this course consisted of the students' own research projects. So they had to define their own research projects and then pursue them over the course of a couple of months. And this is not just my own thinking, but many historians of science actually think that this is where Mendel learned this rigorous quantitative approach to science that he later applied in his own breeding experiments. And Doppler was certainly not the only physicist who was influential there. As I said previously, Ettingshausen was actually a combinatorics specialist, so Mendel also got exposed to those ideas. I only want to say a few words about the Doppler effect, which you're probably all familiar with. This is really considered a milestone in the history of science. It basically, the Doppler effect describes the change in the wavelength of a sound or light source with respect to an observer. So if the source is moving, the wavelength will change relatively to the position of the observer. And this effect has found numerous applications through the sciences. So in medicine, for example, there's the Doppler sonograph for measuring the velocity of blood flow through the body. You're all familiar with GPS systems where the Doppler effect is applied, or in, of course, in radar measurements of all kinds. The Doppler effect has found application. So now this is Franz Unger, a botanist at the University of Vienna, who botanist and teacher of Mendel. Unger already came up a few times today, so I hope I'm complimenting on what the earlier speaker said. Unger was born in Styria, in a small village called Leutschach, and he first studied law in Graz, and then he went on to study medicine in Vienna. So interesting that he became a botanist after all, right? He did law and medicine. He completed his studies, and then he worked as a general practitioner in Stockerau, that's just north of Vienna, and then he worked as a court physician in Tyrol for a while. And then from there, from being a court physician, he was hired as a professor of botany. So that's how it went these days, to Graz, to the University of Graz in Styria. And then later he was hired, as I've said previously, by Thun Hohenstein. He was hired to become professor at the University of Vienna. And Unger had an incredibly broad research program ongoing. He was interested in cell biology. He was interested in plant anatomy, in plant physiology. He also studied biogeography and paleobotany, and he was an evolutionary theorist. So he did all of these things. And in his paleobiological work, he was actually rather quantitative. So he was not as mathematical as the physicists, but he was quantitative. He calculated occurrences of plants of certain taxonomic groups in different geological periods, and then he measured how those ratios changed over time with respect to other groups. And so he was able to deduce that the flora of the earliest geological period was dominated by algae, and then there was an age of ferns, and then horsetails, and then mosses, conifers, and finally only the flowering plants. So of course he did observational studies by studying fossils, but he had a quantitative approach to that as well. So this is actually a quote of the famous evolutionist Ernst Mayr, where he says that, from his book, The Growth of Biological Thought, where he says that among Darwin's many forerunners, few merit mention more than the Viennese botanist Franz Unger. So he is giving a lot of credit to the evolutionary ideas Franz Unger expressed. And he did that rather clearly in his writing, actually. He published a series of letters, the botanical letters, which he published in a newspaper, in the Wiener Zeitung, the Viennese news. And he wrote 17 of these letters about plant anatomy and plant physiology, but one of these letters deals with the evolutionary history of plants. So here I have a slide of showing you this 16th letter, which was called an attempt of a history to the plant world, or in the original German, das Pflanzenreich in seiner zeitlichen Erscheinung. And he was actually really very far in his evolutionary thinking. He has this concept of a common ancestor right there. So he writes, there is no doubt that this empirically reconstructed pathway can be theoretically pursued still further back until one finally gets back to an Urpflanze. So this translation here is by Ernst Mayr, and he left the term Urpflanze in the original German. And then he goes on, in fact, to an original cell, which has given rise to the entire vegetable world. So he's talking about the common ancestor here. He's talking about common origin. And this was before Darwin. So it's maybe not very surprising that Unger was a bit of a controversial character. There was a response to his botanical letters when he published these. There was a Catholic priest, his name was Sebastian Brunner, who reacted very provocatively to Unger's publications. He published his own response in the Wiener Kirchenzeitung, where he responded to Unger and ridiculed him. Basically, he said, these professors at these so-called Catholic universities, they deliver lectures on really beastly theories for years on end. So he was actually offended, but Unger himself was a believer. He was a Christian, so he didn't see any incompatibilities there at all, and he didn't really understand how his publications could be seen so provocatively. Basically the same scenario that later played out with Darwin. We had it in a miniature version already here in Vienna a few years earlier. So here is another pretty illustration. This is actually from Unger's botanical letters. He drew a horsetail forest from the Carboniferous. So he had an idea of what the extinct plant world looked like when he published his papers. This is from 1852. And one thing that I find quite interesting is that this controversy actually played out in Vienna right when Mendel got there as a student. So Unger published the last installment of his botanical letters in very close temporal proximity. I think there was only a week or two in between before Mendel got to Vienna. So Mendel must have totally been aware of this, and it was probably not easy to be a Catholic priest himself, then listen to a biologist teacher who is inspiring and who is convincing ideas, and then listen to this controversy that played out publicly in the Viennese media. This must have been interesting. So I would actually like to end with this quote by Mendel himself from his famous paper, Versuche über Pflanzenhybriden, where he writes, there's an essential difference in those hybrids that remain constant in their progeny and propagate like pure strains. So here we have the constant hybrids that Greg mentioned already earlier. This feature is of particular importance to the evolutionary history of plants because constant hybrids attain the status of new species. So this is evolutionary thinking. This is evolutionary thinking right there. This is thinking inspired by Unger's idea of common descent and emergence of new species out of existing species. This is basically the species problem we have here. Where do new species come from? So when Mendel started out to breed his peas, maybe he didn't see the full circumstances of what his results really meant, but he certainly, there were some evolutionary ideas that motivated him altogether. I should, for clarification, I should actually say that this term evolutionary history here, in the German original, this is Entwicklungsgeschichte, and both Unger and also Mendel, they used the term Entwicklung and Entwicklungsgeschichte to describe both development and evolution. The term evolution didn't exist in German yet. We didn't have the word Evolution. There was only Entwicklungsgeschichte. So these terms are make it hard to pin down whether the two of them were actually talking about development or evolution. But since he is talking about the status of new species, it's clear that it has an evolutionary spirit. And well, with this, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to take on any questions if there are any.
Thank you. It was really very interesting talk. I really enjoyed that as I lived in Vienna also for a couple of years, so it was nice to see these old pictures. So we have a couple of minutes for questions. Yes, Professor Stenseth.
Thank you very much for a very, very interesting talk. I don't have a question, but I have a comment. It was not, I mean, you pointed out that before Darwin, there was a lot of thinking about the phenomenon of evolution. Darwin did not introduce the concept of evolution. That was, Unger was one of them. But what Darwin did was to introduce a mechanism that could explain, that we sort of now know, do explain evolution.
Yeah, there's no mention of natural selection in Unger's writing anywhere.
No, this is Darwin. This is Darwin.
Yeah. There's this idea of what they called it transmutation of species, so that species are variable and change into each other, and one species gives rise to another one. But yeah, natural selection is Darwin's concept, clearly.
And if I understand history right, Mendel understood that his finding would be important for understanding the theory of evolution, whereas Darwin did not understand that Mendel could help him. Agree?
Honestly, I don't know whether Mendel could grasp at all how far-reaching his findings were. I think he thought he had found out something that was a quantitative law that applied to plants, certain kinds of plants. But whether he knew that it applied to all organisms, I don't know.
I think he understood that he provided a mechanism that Darwin was not able to, and that troubled Darwin all his life since the publication of Origin and probably before.
Questions or comments? Yes, please.
Thank you. Now, what strikes me is the choice of courses that Mendel really took. And first of all, that it was possible to put together your own syllabus. You know, today we are preoccupied with, you know, very well-defined course structures, and it's incredible. And then all these courses seem to be chosen with a perspective to actually do later what he wanted to do, because he chose, you know, experimental techniques, he chose mathematics, he chose botany, and so on. So do we know anything about that? Was that, you know, on purpose? But also, I mean, Doppler clearly was important in introducing him to, if you like, rigorous scientific experimentation. But don't you think that methodologically it was Ettinghausen's combinatorics which provided him with the methodology to later deal with the numbers he received from his experiments?
Yeah, that's quite possible. So apparently there was a copy of Ettinghausen's combinatorics book in Brno. I read somewhere. I think it was in the library of the monastery, or maybe it was in the, some library close by. So this book was available for Mendel. But and he took courses with him. So I also think that the evolutionary ideas, so the inspiration for the evolutionary thinking, Unger was instrumental there, but the hard math skills, he got them from the physicists. And we discussed this previously. I mean, biology was maybe somewhat quantitative, but not at the level that physics was back then. So he must have learned that from the physicists. And also Doppler wasn't, he didn't have his full power anymore. He was really quite sick. So he also, this course, this demonstration in experimental physics was only, the students only got a little bit of instruction, and then they were supposed to do their own experiments. So this was not Doppler teaching 10 hours per week. Yeah.
Thank you. I have also said that I'm always very impressed by the universality of Gregor Johann Mendel, and we saw that he studied so many subjects, but when he did research, so he didn't study only genetics, but also meteorology and zoology, and have many other functions, even in the bank and so on. So I think nowadays we cannot imagine that the scientist had such could cover such a broad scope.
So many, such broad skills, such an impressive skill set. So maybe one thing to be mentioned, how did he pick those courses and how did he come up with his syllabus is this image that I showed you of the professors. This was the mathematisch-naturwissenschaftliche Klasse. These were all of them. This was the size. So the university was not the size that it is now. In physics, they took on 20 students. And so over the 2 years between 1952 and 1954, they had 40 students in physics. So the choice of courses was, of course, also somewhat limited.
Yes, please.
Thank you so much, Barbara. These are fantastic photos and pictures. I was wondering...
I spent a lot of time staring at old city maps because the street names changed in part. So it's actually hard to put, you know, the colorful dot on the map where it's supposed to be, because the street has a different name now. But eventually, I found it out.
So I was wondering if you found any correspondence between Unger and Mendel later, especially related to Mendel's work.
I don't think there is any, but maybe maybe someone can correct me, but I don't think there is any. There was only one botanist, Nägeli, the Swiss botanist. Mendel communicated with him. He also sent him his papers, and he wrote him letters with his results, but Nägeli didn't grasp the meaning of. He also thought that he was a botanist with maybe not quite as much statistical training as Mendel, so he didn't understand that stochastic fluctuations are part of experimentation, and that, of course, sometimes the ratios are a little bit off and are not 3:1, but that doesn't take away from the universality of the law. So Nägeli thought, yeah, it's interesting, but that's maybe I have a case here where things behave differently. But between Unger and Mendel, to my knowledge, I don't think there is any correspondence.
Okay, so I don't see any more questions. Thank you very much for that you came and for wonderful lectures. And hopefully we will stay in touch. And I am also happy that the collaboration between Brno scientists and Vienna scientists are continuing until now, as we also see according this grant and many other grants. So thanks to Viennese colleagues for that. And we came to final lecture today. And this lecture will be given by Associated Professor Jiří Zahrádka. He's from Masaryk University, Department of Musicology at the Faculty of Arts, and also from Moravian Museum, Department of History of Music. And the talk will be given about the relationship of Mendel and Janáček, who was working in this monastery.
Dobrý večer, já budu hovořit. Bylo domluveno předem, tedy česky, omlouvám, jsem s tím nepočítal a bych dříve krátce řekl, že je to takový pouze úvod k tomu večernímu koncertu, takže takhle je to také chápáno, protože to téma jaksi přímo s Mendelem nesouvisí, i když několikrát tam jeho jméno určitě uslyšíte. Než budu hovořit o problematice Leoše Janáčka a starobrněnského kláštera nebo opatství svatého Tomáše v Brně, tak bych přece jenom pustil na začátek takovou minutové video, které máme pro děti, edukativní, kterým bych to trochu odlehčil to téma, protože Janáčkův život samozřejmě je všechno jiného než lehký. A tak aspoň s nějakým úsměvem se na to můžeme podívat. Je to v 1 minutě, to období, o kterém se budeme především bavit. Takhle máme udělaný celý Janáčkův život, je to ve 3 minutách. Takže první taková část, kde bych se chtěl pozastavit, je vlastně jak ten Janáček, proč se dostal do starobrněnského kláštera. Leoš, nebo správně Leo Janáček se narodil, jak víme, 3. července 1854 v rodině hupáckého učitele Jiřího Janáčka. Ten sociální aspekt by nebyl tak děsivý, kdybychom nemluvili, že jde o velmi kraj, který je velmi chudobný. A je zde taky moment ten, že Janáček pocházel ze 14 dětí. Jeho otec byl velmi prozíravý, tak především té mužské části svých dětí dal poměrně solidní vzdělání, byli to učitelé, byli to inženýři a podobně. Ale Leoš Janáček, nebo ten Leo, přichází na svět až jako 4. v tom pořadí zezadu, 4. poslední dítě, ty další 4 tedy přišly ještě po něm, ale 2 děti zemřely krátce po porodu. Jiří Janáček byl velmi nemocný a vyčerpaný, tak bylo nutné toho Leoše někde zajistit. Malý Leoš byl žák spíše průměrný a si vzdělanostně se nedostal do takové knížky, kterou si tam tehdejší kantor, tedy jeho otec Jiří Janáček tam založil, to znamená, jeho sourozenci tam byli zapsáni jako vynikající žáci. Janáček Leoš se tam neobjeví ani jednou. Ale měl pěkný alt se sestrou, která hrála na violu, se účastnil mší, studoval s otcem klavír, dokonce hrál, jak vzpomíná, Beethovena. Přesto ta situace byla velmi vážná, protože ten zdravotní stav otců se velmi zhoršoval a Jiří Janáček uvažoval, co s Leošem. Jelikož byl hudebně nadán, tak se rozhodl, že by bylo dobré ho dát do některých z fundací. Existují zde vlastně, my o tom víme velmi málo prameně, jsou to vzpomínky Janáčka, nemáme to jak doložit, ale myslím, že tomu můžeme důvěřovat. Leoš tehdy šel na 2 vstupní pohovory, z níž jeden byl v Kroměříži, kde byla fundace, což bylo pochopitelné, protože Kroměříž bylo sídlo olomouckého arcibiskupa a fungoval tam vždy 11 fundatistů. A otec, teda Jiří Janáček, měl kontakty z hukvalského arcibiskupského statku. Podle vzpomínek Leoše tam v podstatě byl přijat bez přijímaček a to se nelíbilo Jiřímu Janáčkovi, který chtěl tedy jakousi drsnější výchovu, tak se rozhodl, že ještě využije opavskou fundaci. Tam ovšem bylo štěstí, protože zrovna v té době se tam léčil s krčním katarem, nebo odpočíval Pavel Křížkovský, významný skladatel, osobnost tehdy zásadního významu na Moravě a také člen právě augustiniánského kláštera, který měl na starosti brněnskou fundaci. A ten tedy doporučil, aby Leoš šel do Brna. To, že tam fungovaly tak dobré vztahy, je pochopitelné, protože Jiří Janáček, když začínal jako učitel pomocný ve svých 16 letech, tak byl ve škole v Neplachovicích a tam si všiml jednoho malého chlapce, 11letého, mimochodem ve stejném věku byl i Leoš tehdy, který byl velmi hudebně nadaný, ale byl sirotek, částečný sirotek. Otec byl neznámý a matka byla služebná. To bylo velmi nezávidihodné v té době postavení, zvláště o tom, že ten otec byl neznámý. A ten Jiří toho malého tehdy Karla Křížkovského učil hudbě a podařilo se mu ho umístit v Opavě ke Svatému Duchu, tedy do fundace. Teď mu to právě na Leošovi Pavel Křížkovský si vrátil. Takže v 11 letech Janáček přichází do augustiniánského kláštera. Teďka jen krátce k hudbě v augustiniánském klášteře. Počátky bohaté hudební tradice brněnského kláštera augustiniánů eremitů sahají až do doby pobělohorské, kdy klášter sídlil u svatého Tomáše na dnešním Moravském náměstí. V roku 1653 věnovala klášteru hraběnka Sibylla Polixena Montany, rozená z Turnu a Valesasiny, fundační příspěvek 15 000 zlatých. Její přáním bylo, aby za ní jako zakladatelku fundace byla v klášteře pravidelně sloužena zpívaná mše. Část příspěvku pak měla být určena na výživu a ošacení 6 hudebně nadaných chlapců, kteří se měli za zakladatelku modlit a na její počest denně zpívat loretánskou litanii. Počet těchto mladých choralistů se později rozrostl více než na 12 a fundace si získala pověst jedné z nejvýznamnějších hudebně vzdělávacích institucí na Moravě. V 18. století žil klášter pestrým hudebním životem. Od roku 1700 stáli v kostele svatého Tomáše varhany Jana Davida Zíbera, které tedy patřily vůbec k největším nástrojům v českých zemích. V majetku řádu bylo mnoho desítek hudebních nástrojů a rozsáhlá sbírka duchovních skladeb, mší, motet, árií, litaný nebo vánočních pastorel. Z hudebníků svatotomášského kůru vynikl především varhaník a plodný skladatel Jan Brixides nebo Pavel Marek. To byl původně fundatista, od roku 1778 také ředitel augustiniánského kůru. Během jeho působení se roku 1783 v důsledku josefických reforem přesunul do bývalého kláštera cisterciáček na Staré Brno. Vedle duchovních kompozic se v klášteře provozovaly také skladby světské. Součástí repertoáru byla jak hudba komorní, tak symfonie, jejíž jednotlivé věty se daly uplatnit v liturgickém provozu jako chrámové sonáty. Zábavná hudba zněla v klášterních reflektářích při nejrůznějších příležitostech. Na počátku 19. století si členové řádu oblíbili skladby pro takzvanou dechovou harmonii. Komorní soubor dechových nástrojů. Po roce 1816, kdy za ředitele kůru a pozdějšího opata Cyrila Napa působil v augustiniánském klášteře 8 až 11 členný dechový ansábl, který prováděl nejčastěji různé taneční skladby a úpravy známých operních melodií. Pavel Křížkovský, osobnost se Starým Brnem bytostně spjatá, učitel Leoše Janáčka. Jak se Křížkovský dostal tedy na tu cestu hudebníka, jsme si řekli, že se dostal tedy jako se stal vokalistou farního chrámu na Nebevzetí Panny Marie v Opavě. Ale chtěl bych zdůraznit, že s tím kůrem baziliky na Nebevzetí Panny Marie při augustiniánském klášteře svatého Tomáše na Starém Brně jsou spjatá 2 jména 2 významných skladatelů, tedy jako Pavel Křížkovský a Leoš Janáček. Pro kláštery celou českou kulturu, převážně německém Brně, druhé poloviny 19. století, to byly osobnosti velmi důležité. A je velmi zajímavé, že se obě dvě vlastně sem do Brna přišli vlastně ze stejné lokality, tedy v malém okruhu, tedy severních Čech. Po gymnazijních a filozofických a bohoslovických studiích se stal v roce 1845 novicem Pavel Křížkovský nebo tehdy Karel Křížkovský augustiniánského kláštera svatého Tomáše v Brně. Přišel jsem v době, kdy byl klášter duchovním centrem Moravy. Zde také Karel Křížkovský přijal jméno Pavel. Po vysvěcení v roce 1850 se stal kooperátorem starobrněnské klášterní fary a staral se o hudbu. Byl ředitelem hudební produkce v Bazilice, v klášteře hudebně vzdělával mladé fundatisty a za branami kláštera dokonce spoluzakládal a vedl sbor například Besedu brněnskou. Křížkovský psal zprvu vedle především duchovní hudbu, ale také psal hudbu světskou, a to především sbory na lidové texty a je právem chápán jako zakladatel sborového umění na Moravě. Později se však do augustiniánského klášteru rozšířila Wittova reforma církevní hudby, takzvaný cecilianismus, která určovala hodnotný repertoár na kostérní kůry, omezovala orchestr, zdůrazňovala úlohu varhan a vracela se striktně ke gregoriánskému chorálu a takzvané palestrinovskému slohu. Pavel Křížkovský byl jako přední osobnost duchovní hudby na Moravě povolán provést tuto reformu v roce 1872 do Olomouce, do sídla arcibiskupa. Tady vidíme úpravu nějaké skladby a jeho taktovku. Janáček ve fundaci starobrněnského kláštera. Leoš Janáček přišel tedy v roce 1865, je to tedy datum velmi pro Brno zásadní, protože nejen, že tady přišel do Brna Leoš Janáček, ale taky Gregor Mendel přednesl svou přednášku Pokusy s rostlinnými hybridy. Stejně tak přišel do Brna v tomto roce i Tomáš Garrigue Masaryk studovat gymnázium, takže je to takový rok velmi podstatný pro Brno. Přišel v 11 letech, ale bylo to pro něho samozřejmě velmi těžké, protože byl odloučen od rodiny, dostal se do čistě mužského světa, naprosto světa jiného, než znal, protože doma byl především mezi sestrami a měl velmi silný vztah k matce. A samozřejmě zde zažil přísnost a řád řádu. Takže bylo to pro něho dětství, nerad na něho příliš vzpomínal. Vzpomíná na to, jak přišel do augustiniánského kláštera a přespával s maminkou na Kapucínském náměstí někde a ráno se v slzách tedy loučil s matkou, kterou viděl po více jak 15 letech. Přišel však do dobré společnosti. Byl zde v té době osvícení a liberální opat Cyril Nab, který samozřejmě, už to nebylo, co to bylo po roce 1848, ale přesto. A po jeho úmrtí od roku 1868 zde přišel opat Gregor Mendel. Dále zde byl Pavel Křížkovský, František Matouš Klácel, bratránka, již nezažil, bratránek byl v té době již v Krakově na Jagiellonské univerzitě. Hlavně v první polovině 19. století byl klášter centrem českých emancipačních snah. Musíme si uvědomit, že Brno bylo převážně německé z 2/3 a byly zde styky čilé například s Němcovou, Palackým, Dobrovským, Purkyněm, Šafaříkem, Bolzánem a tak dále. Samotná fundace zajišťovala v té době 12 chlapců, a zajišťovalo jim pouze ubytování, výuku hudby a stravu. Zbytek museli si zařídit sami. Janáčkovi platil ošacení a učebnice jeho strýc Jan Janáček, páter farář v Norovech. Janáček zde navštěvoval obecnou školu, měšťanskou reálkou. Já tady pustím další. V tom roce po příchodu v roce 66 přišla krutá rána, zemřel jeho otec Jiří, což bylo pro Janáčka velmi těžké. V té době se ještě ten cecilianismus příliš do Brna nedostal a na tento kur, takže v té době se zde hráli Mozartovi vše, dokonce i Beethoven, i Haydn. Mudráčci, jak se říkalo těmto fundatistům, především se zabývali teda chorálním vsahem té liturgie, ale účinkovali samozřejmě u figurálních mší a podobně. Navíc měli možnost si přivydělat také v divadle. Zpívali třeba Trigénie v Mozartově kouzelné flétně. A Janáček vzpomínal, že 1869 zpíval v Proroku Meyerbeerově, což se dlouho nedařilo potvrdit, protože noviny o tom mlčely, a teď se nám to před 2 měsíci nebo půl rokem podařilo potvrdit. Dokonce je tam zmíněno, že fundatisté zpívali velmi čistě. Janáček zde získal vzdělání hudební, teorii ho učil generál Bas Grieger, kontrapunkt Novotný, klavír Hofner. Mimochodem každého denně klavír hrál na klavír a patrně i pod a zpěv samozřejmě a patrně ten klavír také a varhany pod křížkovského vedení. V roce 1866 vypukla, nebo se v rámci prusko-rakouské války tak dostali Prušáci na Staré Brno, to je známé, a Janáček jako jediný fundadista zůstal v Brně. Jako jediný. Všechny děti mohly odjet domů a Janáček neměl finanční prostředí a vlastně se neměl kam vrátit. Buchvaldy byly velmi daleko, tak jako jediný tady zůstal. Jsou na to vzpomínky, mimochodem z druhé strany výborný výtvarnický výtvarník Dalibor Chatrný vzpomínal, že jeho babička říkala, že zažila právě v tom roce 1866, že se tady na rohu na náměstí vysypal vůz s kávou a že tam jako děti běhali a tu kávu jako kradli. A tu stejnou vzpomínku má Leoš Janáček, takže roztomilé, že se tam tehdy asi ty 2 té krádeže se na tom společně podíleli. Samozřejmě Janáček mutoval a bylo nutné, aby tedy v pravou chvíli odešel z kláštera. Bylo to v roce 1869, ale po více jak 60 letech si vzpomněl na starobrněnský klášter v té hudbě, kterou jste slyšeli v úvodu, což je pochod modráčku z dechového z textu Mládí, který napsal v roce 1924 jako vzpomínku. Důležitý aspekt starobrněnského kláštera a pro Janáčka je velmi podstatný. Augustiniánský klášter na Starém Brně byl jisté centrum cyrilometodějského hnutí, které bylo pochopitelně proknuto také národně obrozenickými snahami. Sám prelát Cyril Nab byl členem výboru Matice velehradské a zúčastnil se aktivně velehradských slavností v roce 1863, což bylo milénium příchodu Cyrila a Metoděje na Moravu. Vedle Napa se cyrilometodějské otázce velmi úzce věnoval také Pavel Křížkovský, který mimo jiné napsal v roce 1850 na slova Františka Sušila kantátu Svatý Cyril a Metoděj. Malý Janáček byl tímto ovzduším silně ovlivněn. Poslední rok ve fundaci mělo pro skladatelů zásadní jako význam to cyrilometodějské hnutí. Toho roku totiž padá slavnosti do roku 1869, kdy odchází, padají slavnosti na počest tisíciletého výročí úmrtí jednoho ze 2 slovanských apoštolů, a to Cyrila. Na počátku roku 1869 se Janáček spolu s ostatními fundastisty účastnil oslav v Brně u Dominikánů na Petrově. Následně bylo rozhodnuto, že slavností na Velehradě se po hudební stránce ujme Pavel Křížkovský a fundatisté na Starém Brně. Slavností se Janáček zúčastnil, bylo to od 3. do 12. července 1869, a jak silně působila na tehdy 15letého Leoše a na jeho duchovní a zároveň také obrozenecké události s tím spojené, je zřejmé dopisy strýci. Prosím vás, je to jeden z mála pramenů přímých, který máme o Janáčka. Je to dopis 15letého Janáčka. Je ten dopis, já kousek přečtu, ale upozorňuji, že ta čeština je poměrně kostrbatá. Milý újče, bude vám již známo, že na Valehradě jest letos velká slavnost a co ředitel zpěvu Páter Pavel Křížkovský jmenován byl, který to přijal, kdežto 20 zpěváků dne 5. července na Velehrad z Brna, mezi nimiž já, jako celá fundace odjede. Cestu, stravu, obydlí má platit velebný pán arcikníže Olomoucký. A vy nevíte, jak já se těším, až já tu posvátnou půdu, kde jedenkrát svatý Svatopluk a slovanští apoštolové Cyril a Metod jejich stanoviště měli, viděti budu, šlapat po ní nejsem hoden. Jednu prosbu mám na vás, nejmilejší újče. Prosím, kupte mi slovanský šat a dodává z pravého ruského plátna. Je dobré vědět, že v tuto chvíli se začne podepisovat ne jako Leo, že Leoš je až Janáček se začíná podepisovat kolem roku 1880, ale jako Lev ruské podoby. Je to důležité, protože je to Janáčkův celoživotní potom takový příklon k slovanské kultuře. Panslavismus nebudeme probírat, je to otázka vlastně celého 19. století. Vidíme i tu problematiku u Masaryka, je to generační záležitost. A musím říci, že Janáčka to vedlo k obrovskému obdivu ruské kultuře, mimochodem stejně jako u Masaryka, a potom přechodu prostě zájmu o ruskou literaturu a především realismus, který ho potom vede k Pastorkyni a podobně. Co tedy si Janáček z kláštera odnáší? Já to takhle... Tak, je to především kvalitní hudební vzdělání, to je nesporné, protože byl asi na nejlepším místě v Brně, kde toto vzdělání mohl získat. Národní uvědomění, velmi podstatné. Upozorňuji, že v tom dopise, který jsem vám citoval, je ještě jedna douška, je to list, který z básní vrahům, a je to taková hodně protiněmecká báseň. Takže kde to nabral, nevím, tady toto, ale patrně z části ve starobrněnském kláštere. Zapálení pro slovanskou věc, ujasnění si hodnot, samostatnost, konzervativní hudební myšlení ve vztahu k tomu cecilianismu. U Janáčka to bude trochu problém, ono to není konzervativní v pravém slova smyslu, ale byl jaksi uzavřen některým vlivům konce 19. století romantické hudby, které ho ovšem zachránili před tím, aby se stal jedním z řady a vytvořil si naprosto samostatné hudební myšlení a hudební řeč. A potom je to samozřejmě cílevědomost. Komplikovaný vztah ženách si také odnáší, protože že prostě ten ženský svět neznal, tak s ním nikdy nebude moc do budoucnosti moc dobře pracovat. A musíme přiznat, že taky poměrně chladný vztah ke konfesi. Janáček potom dokonce jaksi se někdy vyjadřoval o církvi nepříliš jako pozitivně, když to řeknu. Po odchodu z kláštera, ten příběh nekončí tedy tím, že Janáček odejde už v roce 69 a dál nekomunikuje s klášterem. Vůbec to není tak. Je to především, já jsem si tady to mám. Janáček zůstal ve spojení s augustiniánským klášterem i poté, co opustil fundaci. Když byl v roce 1872 Křížkovským povolán do Olomouce, mladý Janáček jej zastupoval ve fundaci ve funkci ředitele starobrněnského kůru. Kdy a u koho se Janáček učil ve hře na varhany, přesně nevíme. Patrně to bylo pod dohledem Křížkovského. V každém případě si hudební vzdělání ještě později doplnil na pražské varhanické škole u varhaníka Adolfa Průchy a teorii u ředitele školy Františka Zdeňka Skuherského. Janáček jako zastupující ředitel kůru nacvičoval s fundatisty hudbu pro nedělní mše, hrál slavnostní mše. Neměl ale za povinnost řídit všechny nedělní mše a nezastával každodenní varhanickou službu. Uváděl repertoár, který vyhovoval požadavkům cyrilialismu. Je to především Křížkovský, Schmidt, Schnabel, Friedrich, Skuherský, ale i Brixey a Michael Haydn a Orlando Di Lasso. Když byly v Brně tady v bazilice instalovány nové Steinmeierovy varhany, tak Janáček při slavnostním předávání v roce 1876 zahrál Bachovu tokátu fugu C-dur a později napsal taky poměrně zevrubnou studii o těch varhanech. Tak a už budu velmi krátký. Janáček ještě tedy zhruba na tom kuru fungoval někdy do začátku 90. let. Chodil se, ty peníze patrně dostával zcela zanedbatelné, ale měl možnost se živit nebo chodit jaksi na obědy a na večeře do velmi proslulé kuchyně starobrněnského kláštera, kde vařila paní Ondráčková, je na to spoustu vzpomínek. Mimochodem, tato kuchařka starobrněnského kláštera vyšla v roce 1914. Je pravda, že jsem se nedíval, jestli tam byly nějaké pochoutky z hrachu, ale moc pochybuji, vypadá to daleko jaksi rozmlsaněji, ta kuchařka. Janáček je samozřejmě s bazilikou spojen a sice tím, že zde má nejenom svatbu, ale byly zde sloužen rekviem a byly zde na poslední cestu vykropení jeho děti, Vladimírek ve 2 letech v roce 1880, jeho dcera Olga v roce 1903 v 21 letech svých, který zemřela, a i Janáček tehdy, když zemřel 12. srpna 1928, tak byl v noci převezen zde do kaple Božího hrobu a 15. srpna ráno byl vykropen tedy tehdejším opatem Bařinou a tedy vydal se na poslední cestu. Já se podívám jenom na čas, jestli ještě hudební ukázka, nebo necháme to tak. A poslední douška. Poslední douška je taková, že Janáček ještě jednou využíval augustiniánský klášter a sice jezdil do Luhačovic, kde byl takzvaný augustiniánský dům, což byl hotel, který Janáček od roku 1918 vždy používá a kde mimo jiné zase napíše glagolskou mši. Glagolskou mši, jedno z vrcholných děl 20. století duchovních, a i zde se tedy jaksi vrací, že používá církevně slovanský jazyk, se vrací právě k té cyrilometodějské tradici. Nepíše latinskou mši, nýbrž církevně slovanském jazyce. A úplně na závěr tedy vám zkusím pustit, jestliže to půjde, aspoň úplný závěr 2minutový glagolské mše, kterým se s váma rozloučím, abyste viděli vlastně vrcholné Janáčkovo dílo. Můžete dodat, že tato geniální hudba, napsaná v roce 26, měla premiéru o rok později a přestože byla napsána, která byla věnována tedy Leopoldu Prečanovi, arcibiskupu olomouckému, tak ten nepřijel a všichni brněnští duchovní se z premiéry omluvili. Takže tolik k té krátkému jenom vhledu do problematiky Leoše Janáčka a starobrněnského kláštera. Děkuji za pozornost.
Moc děkuji za velmi zajímavou přednášku a možná v zájmu už pokračování k hudebnímu zážitku bych si dovolila odložit případné dotazy do kuloáru. So finally I would like to thank to all speakers who had really wonderful and very interesting talks. Professor Stenseth, Professor Radek, hopefully he's still with us online. Dr. Fischer and Docent Procházka. So thank you very much to all of you. And now I would like to welcome the choir called Láska opravdivá, and we will hear some additional pieces from Janáček and Křížkovský.
Běž, má milá domů, poruč Pánu Bohu. Až já z vojny přijdu, až já z vojny přijdu. Já si tebe vezmu. Říkali mě podkověnky, říkali mě podkověnky, však vy moje nebudete. Však vy moje nebudete. Však vy moje nebudete. Však vy moje nebudete.
Nakonec přece jenom velmi krátce promluvil před poslední skladbou, jenom se zeptám, does everyone understand Czech here? No. Right, sorry, so let me just spare a very few words before the last piece that you hear, because I guess you've got the program and you've got all the texts there that are in Czech, I'm afraid, but that's how the pieces were written. All the pieces that you hear here, they are extraordinary because you don't hear them almost anywhere. They were written by either by Křižkovský or by Janáček. It was a convention, a period convention to sing male choruses. There are no male choruses these days. That's why we founded this male choral society related to the Institute of Musicology in here. It's an amateur choir, which you probably found out. And we do the repertoire that is not performed almost at all. And the pieces, both by Křižkovský and by Janáček, that we sing this evening are to a certain extent eccentric. You know, it was young Janáček and mature Křižkovský, and both of them experimenting with drama in choirs. But the last piece that we sing, you know, is the most crazy of all. It's almost unsingable. It's Janáček's Zpěvná duma, singing duma. He wrote it when he started to conduct the Beseda in Brno, so it was his sort of first piece that he wanted, piece by himself that he wanted to sing with them. It's very brief folk texts just about a lamenting girl. It's maybe that there is some evil in the text. You don't really know what happens there. It's just a lamenting girl by a chapel, and it's actually very short. You know, it's just these two little articles. But Janáček made it really a cantata of about 9 or 10 minutes, and wrote it really like an oratorio or something. So it's extremely ambitious piece, and it's very strange. But at the same time, you know, it's full of that typical Janáček, young Janáček ambitions that you don't hear at concerts almost at all, because these pieces don't get performed. So this is the last piece, Zpěvná duma by Janáček. one last explanation. Sorry for my voice. The framing pieces you hear while we enter and then while we go, these were weekly prayers that were that were said here by the young choristers, including Janáček, and they are for excuse me, there are for 3 voices. The 2 voices are by the young boys, which we are not, so we sing it as it is. Just the 3rd voice is by basses, basically the leaders of the choir, whoever it was. So the first one was the song that was always sung on Wednesdays before school. Now the ending piece will be the one that was sung on Wednesdays after schools. All composed by Křížkovský.